Coming. Coming.
Tēnā koutou. Koe te tui, ke te tātā, kuku te keraru, mō te ngāpu. Kukuru nei o waikato te te kiwai o te kete. Kukuru nei a taranaki te te kiwai o te kete. Ka roatu ngā ringa ki roto, ka hāpai ngā kuku tuatai ki te kānuru makatou. Ka horo tamarino. Ka whakapapapau ramu te moanga I mua I tō tātou amo. Ka tau hoki ngā manaakitanga ki rungi te kīri. E hi koe I rungi ngā tongi kura, hei kukuru te ihi tamana te wehi te tapu. O ngā hapu, o ngā iwi urutaina ki rungi I aia, I te pūkawatanga o te whakā. Ki te hunga ko whetiu rangi tia ko huri hia ki Paira. Ngā kōtara haimata, ngā renga me ngā kawariki. Ngā tau katoa kongaro I te tirohanga kanohi, te raonga kai kaunihira Margaret Forsyth hoki. Ka puea I roto I te kauhanga nui o te kaunihira, te hi ai te kōrero o ngā mate, kei tō koutou kāinga, kei tō koutou morau, kei tō tātou whakakainga. Te ki ai te kōrero hoki atu ki tō Hawaii ki nui, tō Hawaii ki roa, tō Hawaii ki pāmama, moi mai roki I tai. Tēnei te riti atu ki koutou I hara mai ki mua I te aroaro o te manu kāhui a pōra, ki mua I te aroaro o ngā kai kaunihera o kirikiri roa. E kore e taia te tū ki te kore koutou te hāpori. Ngā koutou te mana I whakatū I ero. E kore e tae e nei te tū ki te kore e ka onatanga I pōneke. Ngā koutou, ngā tātou I whakatū. Tērā. Ki roto I te tohu o te whare ariki o te karauna o Ierangi, e rua ngā whakaata. Te kuini, te tātou te mā. Nā he kōrero hōhanu I roto I tērā. Waiho mātou koutou nei kōrero. Hei whakamārama te tikanga o tērā tohu. I runga tērā tohu I tēnei o te tāone o kirikiri roa. E te atua kaharoa whakatongia tō wairua tapu ki roto ki tēnā o mātou. Hei arahi I rungi te tika me te pongu. Kia kore e kōtiti I roto I tēnei ao huri. Whakatongia tō wairua tapu. Hei arahi, hei tohu. O tēnei tō mātou I noi kia koe I rungi te ima tō mātou kai whakaora. Moa ke āpe. Aina. Tēnā koutou. Kaheke.
Aere mai e ngā iwi hui hui, hākau e piki ki runga ki tō waka ia te mana whanui, hawhai ngā oe, o te pono, o te tika, o te rangi mari e te tata. O te aroha te puna, o te toko I wero hia, e mohi kei poherenga atu e.
Ahau e whai wahi atu ana I a koe e taku pāpa e tame kātika. Tuku whakamoi miti whakawhetai atu ana kia I tō wāhi ngaro ko hora papai tana manaakitanga kuri hui a tātou e hui nei. I tēnei ata nei, I tēnei rangi nei, nei rātani hi atu ki a koe. Tuaroa nei ka mihi ake nei ki a koe e ira, o tai mai koe hei kanohi hei reo mo tō tātou ki tu hei tia, o tātou te whero te tua whitu, ko tua rā tēnei tara nei, ara mai nei rātani hi. Hori o tahi e hone, Hare mai anō koe, hei ka nohi hoki mo te tumuaki ko tira, tō pāpai anō, a kua ngaro i waigai a mātou i tā rānei, ko koe rā tēnei i tā rānei, nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi. Te manu ka hui, mea pōra nei rā te mihi ki a koe, a tamaria ki a koe, mōrena ki a koe, nei rā te mihi ki a koe. Kia koutou katoa e kui mai koro mā ngā pau a te kauni hero o te whare e tuake nei, nei rā te mihi, nei rā te mihi. Ko tēnei katoa mātou, ko ngā hapu, ko ngā iwi, ko ngā mātā waka, ko ngā haua e whā katoa mātou, ko kiri roa nei, e tū nei, e noho nei, i mua i a koutou, i tēnei kaupapa nui, kaupapa whakahira, mō tātou kiri roa i tēnei rā. Nō reira kāre kumai roa te kōrero i ngari he honare nui tēnei, he rānui hoki tēnei mō mātou katoa ki mō i a koe. Nō reira, tātou e hui nei ki te whakawhiti ki te kōrero ki a wānanga, ki a tangihia, ki a mihia, ngā huatanga e pāne ki a tātou. Nō reira ki a tau mairanga mana ki tangata wāhingaro ki runga i a tātou, mai te tima tangata tuana ki te mutunga. I runga i ta whakaro pai, te aroha me te rangi marie. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kawe te aroha nei, e riri aue, mai ngā tupuna, ringoa, e tangi e mihine,
Tātou katoa e tau nei, huri atu, huri noi tō tātou whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
I ngā mana, i ngā reo rau rangatira mā, tēnei te mihi mahana ki a koutou ka hui mai i tēnei rā ki i roto i te kaunihere o Kirikiri roa. Ko te kai kōrero tuatahi, e mihi mai oha ki a koe e te tumuaki o te tare o te kingi, e te rangatira nira, nau mai, haere mai. Good morning, everyone. Before we do go into the public forum where the speakers will speak, just want to lay out how the day will run so that everybody's understanding and just go through a few formal meeting elements. We're having the public forum this morning with a limit of 3 minutes per speaker and no questions at this point in time. The rationale for that is that we have read all of the submissions and we've had the right to speak on several occasions prior. It's going to be a long day, so we've got about 23, possibly 25 public forum speakers this morning. Then we'll take a brief break to refresh, and then council will come back and they will go into looking at the report, the staff report and the recommendation, ask any questions that they have, go into debate and make the vote. So that's how the day will proceed in terms of process. May I please ask that during today we represent our views with passion for certain, but with respect, so that the day can proceed and we can learn to understand each other's perspectives. So I would just ask you to take hold of that and come to the table with respect, and for councillors will show their respect in return, and hopefully that will make for a day that progresses nicely. Okay, so on that note, I have apologies from Councillor Pascoe for lateness and for Councillor Naidu-Roth, both of which will come as soon as they can and will definitely be here for the decision-making element of the meeting. Are there any declarations of interest that I should be aware of? Oh, we need to move in second. The apologies, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Martin, Councillor Dave. Any apologies? Any other further apologies? Confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that. Yep. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour of the apologies being accepted. Thank you. See, that's how important process is at council. Confirmation of the agenda. I so move. Thank you. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Are there any declarations of interest? There being none, we will go forward and invite people into the public speaking forum. Nera kia koe.
He ahara, he ahara. He mahi mōrunga I te marae e tūne. E ko te tūi, e ko te tū. E ko te hono ki te kotahitanga ki te kingi Māori e tūne. E tūne I runga I te mana Māori motuhake e tū. Ana, whiti, whiti. Whiti ki te tika, whiti ki te ora, whiti ki te rangi Māori e titi ai ho, au e ha. Your worship, tēnā koe. Tēnei te reo o te kiingi Māori e mihi atu nei ki a koe. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia uki te mea tika. O tira ngā kai kaunihira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā hui hui tātou I roto I tō tātou whare. Your Worship, members of Council, Kingi Tuheitia this week has sent his congratulations to councils across the land who have adopted Māori wards and is encouraging those who in the coming days will face the decision. For us, the iwi here in Waikato, our context, the thing that unites all iwi and all hapu is our collective duty to serve as kaitiaki, as guardians of the kingitanga, the Māori King movement, a taonga of the motu, a treasure of all of te iwi Māori, one that we, as the people of this land, of this river, of these mountains, it is a burden, a joy and a privilege that we carry. Waikato for generations, both iwi, region, council and all the people that live here have been at the forefront of development across this nation. Leading for Waikato, leading Aotearoa, leading in New Zealand is not a new thing for us. Today, members of council, we encourage you to adopt Māori wards because it is a good thing to do. Because it will mean that we can dwell together in unity. That is the vision of our ancestors from Pōtatau te Wherowhero to Te Ariki Nui te Ātairangi Kāhu, and now to Kingi Tuheitia Pōtatau te Wherowhero the 7th. There is nothing to fear in this decision. The kingitanga in its establishment did not usurp mana from anybody. One of the great privileges of my role is being able to say no iwi were harmed in the making of the kingitanga. Nobody will be harmed in the adoption of Māori wards. There is nothing to fear here. There is only good for all of us as we dwell together in unity. That has always been the message of the kingitanga. Our message as Waikato iwi today is simply that. Anō te pai, anō te āhua reka, o te nohotahi, o te teina, o te tuākana, I runga I te whakaaro kotahi. Members of Council, Your Worship, the Mayor, we are ready. Te iwi Māori is ready. We are ready to sit with you in unity. We do not seek to take anything away from you. We do not seek to usurp your mana, but rather to dwell together with you, that together we will make a decision today for the benefit of generations to come. For in the words of Kingi Tuheitia, the decision you will make today isn't about you or me, it is about our mokopuna forevermore. Pai Māori re kia tātou katoa.
Pai Māori.
Kia ora, Nera, Ma. Next on the list we have Lady Tureiti Moxon. Orena kōrua.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ka nui mihi atu ki a koutou e tēnei wā. Kia Kingi Tuheitia me te kāhui ariki, ka nui mihi. Kia a koe e te rangatira o te kaunihera nei me koutou mā, ka nui mihi atu ki a koutou. Nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here today in support of the establishment of the Māori wards, and as has been so eloquently spoken of prior to me sitting here. But the relationship between Māori and the Crown has been expressed in many different ways. But one of those I would like to refer to today as you make this very important decision to either include or exclude Māori from participation in the decision-making on this decision-making table. So I refer to the New Zealand coat of arms. Now, that symbol there was spoken about by our kaumātua this morning, which was a symbol of unity. So, that if you look at this, you'll see that the New Zealand coat of arms, it is actually a covenant agreement between the Crown and Māori rangatira. This represents tino rangatiratanga, a partnership of equals. The two characters you see there, they flank the same shield, which is about mutual prosperity through shared sovereignty with the Crown. The ferns at the bottom there, at the base, emblazoned with the words New Zealand, or I choose to call it Aotearoa, is an expression of the fact that we stand together on this whenua, on this land. So this is a unique form of democracy where the Indigenous people of this land are guaranteed participation under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. This is not, as some of you might think or even have expressed, a dilution of our democracy, but instead it is an enrichment of democracy. So, and this is why it is important for all of us here today, and particularly you as Council, to support Māori participation and Māori partnership in terms of the Māori wards. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Matua Taira Teanga Herangi.
Ai tēnā tātou huri noi te whare, tēnā koutou. Yep, I've only got 3 minutes, so I'm straight into it. I'm here to enrol you all into the possibility of us creating a future together for our tamariki mokopuna, to the possibility of partnership, of collaboration, and of commitment to a future that works for everyone. It's coming up to May the 23rd, which was the coronation of Tariki Nui Dame Tautarahi Kahu. This is an auspicious time. This was also the time 25 years ago we signed the settlement o Waikato Raupatu. And we're now at the precipice to make another decision that will have an impact on our future generations. You know, my commitment for our whānau, for our hapu, our iwi, and of all people of this motu of Aotearoa is for us to live lives that we love, to be the authors of the lives we love, and for our whānau to thrive and be strong. For me, that is the same vision that our tūpuna had when they created Kingitanga, when they got all the leaders of Māoridom together to create a movement that would keep our people together in the face of adversity, in the face of losing it all. And, we have that, opportunity now to really fulfill on those aspirations and those dreams that our tūpuna had. This year, we start celebrations for 100 years since Tūranga Waiwai Marae was built. And it'd be, a dream come true for Ngana Te Puea to have this happen, to have these Māori wards actually be, installed, for us to form a partnership to move forward together. And I know that that's what her commitment was, and there are many of us who live our lives to fulfill on those aspirations and to, really ensure that, my children, my children's children, and, all of our tamariki mokopuna in Hamilton, in the Waikato, in our country, get to live the lives that we deserve. So I stand here before you and, just really encourage you to, make a decision that we're going to really, really be proud of today. Tēnā koutou.
Aaron Hardy, please.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Tau mai te rere kuringi te whare kāhui a riko tira ki a kingi tūheitia, rere hau, pai Māori re. I ngā iwi motu hake, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou e te kaunihira. I wanted to share my 5 cents as a Pākehā church leader in Hamilton. And I was reflecting this morning on a question or a statement that I heard someone mention, and they said this. They said, if Māori were good enough, then they would be in there. And I thought, well, that's a really interesting thing to say, considering the way that we get elected is not by our competency, generally, it's by being liked enough, right? And so we've got hundreds of years of Māori not really being very liked by the policies that we've created, not being very liked in our education system, not being very liked in our law system in a whole lot of different ways. However, the question is still a good question, but it's pointed at the wrong people. The question about being good enough is one that should be pointed towards particularly Pākehā people and non-Māori in general. So are we good enough to honour the founding commitment, the founding covenant of this nation? Are we good enough to honour the partnership that was foundational to this land? And that's a profoundly important question for us to ask in the midst of this, unless we are willing to wipe away hundreds of years of history and pretend like we're the product of our own decisions and disconnected from everything that happened before us, which is ridiculous. The challenge, I guess, that I present to us all today is, what's our posture going forward? I've heard people say things like, how many times are we going to apologise? And apologising isn't the point. Important moments aren't the point. It's a posture of reconciliation that we take forward, where we go, until there is equality, we keep pushing forward little by little by little by little. And so we make these decisions. And by the way, adding 1 or 2 seats, however many it might be, is not about justice. In fact, that is not even close to achieving what the Treaty of Waitangi set apart before us. Not close to achieving that covenant. However, it is a tiny step in the right direction. So I saw a poster up there before that said, stop the iwi power grab, and I thought, yes, that is correct. It's just to the wrong iwi. It's to us. going, yeah, we need to stop the power grab. We need to acknowledge the fact that 100% land ownership by Māori, presently now at 4%, that's a power grab. The presence of people being liked to be elected, while I'm looking at this room now, and I'm seeing, I'm sure you're all really good people, but you are the evidence of who is liked in this area. So unless we institute and we put seats in, the same people that are liked by dominant culture and by the masses will be voted in again and again and again, unless we are good enough. And until we are good enough, we have to create policy that means that it will not be reliant on our goodwill or us choosing to honour history or us choosing to honour mana whenua or us choosing to honour the founding document of this nation. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. I believe you're at the church down Rifle Range Road with the big picture of the Tuhuia as well? Yeah, beautiful. Jeff Lewis.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity of talking to you again. I just take a slightly different approach than some of the other speakers. I would like to urge this council to take the opportunity to give the city people of Hamilton a proper consultation period and a referendum. Now, I realise that Nanaia has taken the opportunity of a referendum away from as it was part of the 2001 Act, but that doesn't stop you from doing it independently. And this is an important issue, and 3 weeks of public notification of virtually no budget is completely inadequate. It's an insult to the public. You can tell by the few of the public that are here what the buy-in of the public is. People don't know what's happening. I have just spent 3 weeks trying to get some notification through the general media here and have been roadblocked at every stage. I have paid for advertising and they pulled it at the last moment because it doesn't fit with their culture, apparently. That was just inviting people to a public meeting. You can't do that through the public media either. My viewpoint of the Māori seats is that there is no rational, practical or moral need for them. It is a deliberate attack on democracy, a deliberate attack on the equality of citizenship. When we talk about the Treaty of Waitangi, equality of access is already there. Make use of it. As Mayor Southgate knows, the turnouts in those wards that have been provided for Māori in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and in the Waikato Regional Council, the actual turnouts are a small fraction of the available electorate. Now, the turnouts in local government generally are poor, and that's where we should be concentrating. You know, in 2016, we were the lowest turnout rate of any metropolitan centre in New Zealand. 33.7%. That's where the effort should be going into getting people in general to vote, to be more involved in local body politics and decision making. I would like to question too. I've seen the 900 odd submissions that were made to this particular proposal. How many of those people live in Hamilton? Did the staff ever check anything? Because I know some of them and they don't live in Hamilton. So what are they making the submissions to Hamilton for? I'd also, and just to come back to the original point, I would like to urge council to find the courage to give the people of Hamilton a good period of time for consultation and a referendum. That could be done toward the next election, and use the next election as a referendum opportunity. That is an option. And the fact that none of that's actually been even mentioned at this stage is, well, a little bit distressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Danielle Marks. Good morning.
Morena. Lovely to follow that. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa ki te kihitanga, kia ora. Ko Danielle Marks toku ingoahiri o no Te Arawa Waka, Fiji, Tonga Hoki. Have been living in Kirikiriroa for my whole entire law degree, which was very fortunate to learn more about Waikato and how important it is to participate in democracy, so here I am today. Māori have been waiting since 1840 for equal partnership and participation through Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And I think the councillors who voted in favour previously for Māori awards at the last hui, and for your ability to recognise and take one very easy and practical step towards honouring Te Tiriti. I'm going to be very quick because I do want to just tautoko and awhi those who've already previously spoken in favour. And just here in due diligence, really. But I hope that our voices are heard and respected this time around. If we truly think we are the city of the future, it's embarrassing that this council was very quick to keep and uphold the standards of Pākehā of 1840. And I just really, really implore you to have a look at yourselves and where you're sitting, as I see no Māori at the table, and I don't think any of you could adequately represent any thoughts of whakaara Māori or anything like that. And also like to mihi to the Māngai Māori who are in council. Really, really beautiful to see this council see that go through, but we need to keep moving forward and to truly represent iwi and Māori in general. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danielle. Anjum. Is Anjum Rahman here? Not at the moment. Russell Armitage, are you here? Oh, hi, how are you? Yes, please. Good morning, Russell.
Morning. Atamaru koto katoa. In February 1857, all the Ngāti Maniapoto met in Tikawiti to further discuss ways for Māoridom to manage their own affairs that would be acceptable to the colonial government. This meeting was called Te Puna o Te Oroimata, Wellspring of Tears. It turned out to be an omen of things to come, for almost from then on, the situation of Māori as a race has been very much a vale of tears. The hopes of self-determination for and by Māori within a nation-state of New Zealand in partnership with the new colonial government was frustrated and thwarted by the new British rulers and settlers, not always intentionally, often out of ignorance. The Waikato visionary, Wiremu Tamihana, went to great lengths to find an acceptable compromise with the colonial government. This proposal was almost successful. However, by then the New Zealanders, as Māori were called then, had experienced almost 20 years of creeping colonial rule and seen many actions against their interests. As was often said by Māori, the Pākehā engage in humbug, and we have been humbugged too many times. It will happen with this proposal too. I have just completed writing a play called Wellspring of Tears, dedicated to Wiremu Tamihana, and the feelings of the Māori at this stage are well expressed in a short speech by Wiremu Te Rapraha at the end of Act 4, and I quote, "This new governor, Governor Grey, is like a rat who burrows underground, and he will come up suddenly out of any hole in the ground when and where you do not expect him." The hopes of partnership between Pākehā and Māori, which could only have been mutually beneficial, were dashed by the invasion of the colonial troops into the Waikato without provocation, dreams extinguished. Such has been the case of Māori, especially in the Waikato. Sidelined, exploited and ignored for over a century, their resilience and patience has been extraordinary, their lack of bitterness and enmity humbling. But they have always held hopes for better times, passed down from their tipuna and kaumatua. They have waited too long to see some meaningful moves towards partnership. I can only simply say that Māori Awards are one way of demonstrating this and are long overdue. It will be obvious to all councillors that there have been considerable benefits to New Zealand, and particularly in the Waikato, resulting from the Waitangi Treaty Claim settlement process started 40 years ago. Not only economic, but social and cultural benefits as well. The same will occur when the city has Māori wards. It brings another dimension and perspective to the management of civic affairs that the current monocultural system, which I'm part, cannot do. This country has a proud and internationally admired reputation for dealing with and trying to resolve injustices and social inequity. If not always as well as we could, we at least try, which makes one of the reasons this is such a remarkably fortunate land. Māori wards are not a big step on this path of doing the right thing, but is significant. So no more humbug. Just do it to introduce them unanimously with acclamation. Those coming after you and your mokopuna will admire you. I make this korero in honour of my tupuna, the Wesleyan missionary Reverend John Hobbs. He was the interpreter at the second signing of the treaty in the Hokianga on the 12th of February. He would have supported it. Tōna taku tono ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Russell. Is Amy Lee Hopper here? Amy Lee? No, not here yet. Te kopa. Te kopa kingi. No? We'll hold those over when they may come. Ross Windust.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to speak. So I come from a different side of the street. My heritage is Maori on one side of my family. I quite disagree with some of what I've heard.
Ross, if you could come to the site, because it's recorded through the microphones and that helps it easier for everyone. Thank you so much.
Face people. It saddens me when one who has Maori heritage sees that the HCC is contemplating using race to help divide New Zealand. The challenge here is to build together, not divide. I see clearly that if we do not make a stand and people in power don't show leadership on this important issue, in 9 to 10 years you may wish you had listened and taken some action. We're being divided by race, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of our eyes, sadly, and it affects all of you, all of us, okay? I see clearly, Minister Mahuta, his government has run roughshod over due process. Read the ward legislation and other decisions lately, not her but the government. One law for all is a thing of the past if we continue without proper, honest and fair due process. Not knee-jerk reactions. And that's what we have at the moment. Think, he purpur. Underneath the covers, all of a sudden comes out. That's not good enough, ladies and gentlemen. The treaty is being promoted as a partnership. It is not. The principle was a united New Zealand. Now, for those who don't, have never read the missionary accounts, Christianity in New Zealand, Robert Maunsell, very, very right into to marry the language, put that language into the Bible. And these men and women are worth a read, to be fair. So when we travel this divisive track, all we do is make many Maori, and I'm one of those on one part, feel as though we're second-class citizens. In fact, we Maori are being used as pawns, and this is the part that you won't like. Marxist ideology does this. It never sleeps. It uses race rather than class to divide. And to you here today, I want you to do something. Check out and understand critical race theory. It is a very important thing and it's dividing us. This is grinding New Zealand down. We need to promote personal responsibility, not wards. We should be building unity. We should be discussing the social situation many find themselves in, caused by years of welfare, used as a tool for political power, a soul-destroying ideology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Brett Ursig, if I've said that right. Good morning, Brett.
Not as nervous this time. Little.
Oh, good.
Not as. Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings, everyone. I have 4 main points. First, I call bullshit on the Council's consultation process. How can you have consultation if you don't inform the public? Where were the public notices in the Hamilton Press? However, you have done a better job than other pathetic councils like Matamata Piako Council. These councils should be investigated for non-compliance of the Local Body Act. Second, the cowardly media that is afraid to voice any opposing views and opinions. I've read stories about people born in New Zealand with Asian backgrounds, wondering when they'll be accepted as Kiwis. The answer is never when racial divisive policies like this are put in place, but there is silence from the same media around this. 3, at the last meeting I have heard many valid points by people for Māori wards, and here as well, and agree Māori should have local representation as they are the first native people of this land. However, now they are not the only native people. Māori Council and government need to accept there is now more than one Indigenous group. I was born in Whangarei and I originate from this land, as many others do. I also believe only New Zealand citizens should have the right to vote. Why we let non-New Zealanders, New Zealand citizens vote is beyond me. Most countries do not allow this. All wards should be New Zealand citizen-only wards. 4, the question is how to give Māori a voice without making racist policies and laws. If Māori representation wards are added, I suggest that anyone can stand for these wards and vote in these regardless of race. I also find it sad that people that have both Māori and non-Māori bloodlines have to choose a part of themselves to vote and enrol in these wards. Is there something wrong with being multicultural and representing Māori? Unfortunately, it seems like councils are under government pressure and bullying. Council should push back against this until a better non-racist system is thought of. Lastly, racist policies are written by racist people. This is a quote from the Māori Party. Māori wards are racist. Unintentionally, maybe a good meaning, but racist nevertheless. And since I've got 35 seconds, at the beginning of the council, you have these gentlemen over here that stand up and give a very nice Māori speech, which is very, very nice. But communication is about, language is about communication. Maybe just a couple of words in translation in English, because I spent many years in countries where I was the only English speaker. And the local people always try to communicate with a couple of minutes. It might just be 1 or 2 sentences, just to get the meaning through. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you. So I don't think Danielle's here yet, nor Amy Lee, nor Te Kopa. So we'll carry down the list. Claudine Waitere. Pardon? Oh, Danielle has spoken, that's right. Sorry. Didn't get tick on my list. Claudine here? Oh, sorry.
Tēnā rā koutou e te kauni hera me o koutou me makwata tū mai roto I tēnei whare. Tēnā rā koutou. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, members of the gallery, and all present and those online who have joined us today in this historic moment. Ka huri ki taku reo tuatei, ki taku mihi, ki taku kingi tu heitia potatau te whirowhiro te tuawhitu, me te whare kāhuariki, rire, pai mai rire kia koutou. Ka rua ki a koe e te koromatu e te mārei kura e pōla. Nau anō I whakatakoto I tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, mō tātou katoa hei wānanga hei kōrero, tēnā koe. Ko ai tēnei e tuake, e mihi ana kia koutou, ko taima I runga I te reo karanga. Ko tainui toku waka, ko kare oe me porongia ngā maunga, whakaruru hau I tōku hapu o ngā timahanga. Ko oku marae, ko te papa o rotu, ko mairo, ko mō tako era. Ki te taha tōku matua, ko ngā titawihi, ko Aotea moana, Aotea whenua, te papatapu te noho ngā oku mātua tūpuna, te papakainga o ngā uri, o ngā tokorua, tēnei ahau a Claudine Waitere, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. It is indeed my privilege and my right to be here today. As a wahine Māori, as a ratepayer, as a long-time resident raised and educated here in Kirikiriroa, where I've enjoyed the opportunities to be educated in not only my te ao Māori, but in te ao Pākehā hoki. It is through this example of my upbringing, and it's no mistake that my kuia e raiha kei tōku taha. It is because of the teachings and the upbringings of whānau, of hapu, and my iwi that I can stand here in this forum and give voice and to give face to the other partner to this conversation. It is with a humble heart that I'm here today to be able to see you, to hear you, and to know you as you make this historic decision today. Of all the voices that will be shared today, this will be indeed a historic moment for us all. We will all walk away from today knowing something new, with hope and aspiration, as was the aspirations of my tupuna. Long gone, yet left a legacy for me, for our whānau, for our hapu and our iwi, to have voice at the table here at the Kaunihera. It was only a few short weeks ago that I took a courageous step to make a submission and present myself here to council, and that was indeed a moment to share. To know this place and to understand this place is intimidating, but to have the courage to come and stand and be is indeed a taonga, a moment that needs to be heard, that needs to be shared, and that is, in my belief, the reason why Māori wards need to be adopted and enacted today. Why wait for next year? We're here today. We have our tomorrows, and we have the dreams and aspirations of all those that stand with us, of all those that are in us and who we represent. We are the living legacies of a Te Tiriti partnership that guaranteed to us governorship, that guaranteed to us equity. So today I sit here in that space of willingness and wanting to be seen, to be heard at this table. I want to finally close and acknowledge our Māngai Māori and all our iwi representative groups who have come to sit at this table and share aspirations. I think it is fortuitous that we don't get rid of Māngai, that we enhance them by accepting Māori wards. Nō reira, kuri no tō tātou whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. Lindsay Cumberpatch.
Ata Māori e katoa. Mayor Paula, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this really important issue of the establishment of Māori wards here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. As a Pākehā New Zealander, I'm pleased to stand alongside Māori in support of this development that I believe is long overdue. I do this as an individual, but I also do it tōtoking the submission from Methodist City Action that I happen to be the chair of, Te Taonga Mahi o Kirikiriroa. And we are a social service, social justice agency. As you know, I'm a minister of the Methodist Church of New Zealand, and our hāhi has been trying to live within the spirit of Te Tiriti for almost 40 years. And we have Hāhi Weteriana has a Māori caucus and we have a Tau Iwi caucus. Because I think we've come to understand that Te Tiriti is at its heart a power sharing document. It's about how peoples can live in Aotearoa together and can fully enjoy partnership, participation, and the protection of their taonga and treasures. As you know, the Local Government Act requires councils to consider and promote the current and future wellbeing of communities. It introduced responsibility and opportunities for engagement and cooperation. But I think the time is to move beyond that to full participation in decision-making. For this is where the power resides, around this council table. And although I acknowledge and awhi the development of Mangai Māori, I think it's important that we move to a next step where those 5 voices are complemented by the voices of elected Māori, elected by Māori in our city. The reason I think participation rates in local government are low by Māori is because they've largely felt disenfranchised by the process. Māori seats in our national parliament have provided a measure of partnership, participation and protection. And over the years, their existence has also encouraged Māori to stand in general seats, increasing Māori participation in our politics. One would hope that this would happen likewise with the introduction of Māori seats here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, that would facilitate an increased Māori partnership, participation and protection. Mayor and councillors, I encourage you to push through the reactionary noise around this sometimes emotive issue. Our treaty partner deserves nothing less. I believe this is another example of what would be good for Māori would be good for our whole community. Let's here in the heart of the kingitanga add Kirikiriroa Hamilton to that list of councils who are brave enough to provide for more adequate and appropriate representation for our First Nations peoples. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui.
Thank you, Lindsay. Waramu Puki.
Ngāti Mahana, Ngāti Tamiriko, Ngāti Hauara, Waikato Tainui, te rā kouta katoa ki roto kaupapa te rā.
I've only given 3 minutes to articulate the submission that I provided before Council around, first of all, the naming of the wards, which I have put in writing in terms of my submission, so I assume that the councillors have read the suggestions on that one. The other matter, which Auntie will follow after me, is that we totally support the formation of the Māori wards, but there is plenty of room for all of us to be involved in that space. But the thing I want to quantify is that our voice is the ahika, is Ngāti Wairere, is not at the table. It's not on Māngai Māori. It's not being heard effectively enough so we can have those decisions around consents being made to ensure that our urupare get built over, proper street names and park names are put forward that have integrity behind the ancestral history and whakapapa of the lands of Kirikiriroa. And we would have loved to be part of the discussion on the future of the statue of Captain Hamilton. But regardless of that, there is opportunity for all of us to work together. If my father Hare was here, he would totally applaud the decision that the council is going towards, because he was all about bridge building and building good relationships. And I'd like to acknowledge the role that Tame has taken up from the time of my father's passing, that as we reflect upon how rich our city is, we become richer by having a Māori voice around the table. And also too, I reflect upon the time my father was present at the signing of the apology by Her Majesty the Queen of Wellington. That apology meant more to Te Ariki Nui than the actual financial settlement that the tribe settled on at that time. So it'd be good to actually have that apology here on the wall, so we can all be reminded of the intent behind that apology in terms of establishing our future going forward. But at that point, I'll defer to our kuia, Heke Tarangi. And I know you want to say something as well? Okay, all right, okay.
Whakawhiti ati au I te kōpū mani o kirikiri ro me o na marakai. That was a waiata from King Tawhio. King Tawhio himself. He spoke about how this land was. And we don't forget what happened. But I'm very excited about this Māori ward, really I am. And I see the rest of the world, the rest of the countries seem to be all going the same way. So it must be catching on. And I thought, well, Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, don't be the last. Because so far, I hear all the other towns and cities, oh, they're loving it. So, hurry up. We've had I really have to pay tribute to my brother, Hari Puke. Hari Puke, you had a photo of him hanging up in here. Now, he was a bridge builder, if you know what I mean. You know, I believe that he did that through the way he served this council from way back 2007. And he did serve this council well. And I believe you do have it registered somewhere. So my focus is on our young people today. What kind of a legacy do they get? What's the future for them? That's where I'm at now. It's okay to go dwell in the past, but for our young people, we have to look to the future. So I'm all about guiding our young people today. We have a beneficiary roll of 2,200 on the Waikato Taidu beneficiary. So we're about the second largest of all the tribes that have the most beneficiaries. And the numbers really show me we have a large number of young people. And that's where my thoughts are with our young people. Because like Hare said, focus on our young generation, because they're the ones, they're going to be they're the ones that are going to take us through to whatever's coming ahead. We don't know what's around the corner. We've got this COVID thing. What else? So most parents, most grandparents will be more concerned about what's going to happen. Like we are now. We've started from 2020. We went into shutdown. Now, those are experiences that every family, every individual walking on this earth in Aotearoa have experienced that. And so those are experiences that we've gone through. And you've probably written it down in your diaries, more than likely. Right down to today, right through to the future. Now, we can only be governed by how the government really takes us through. And that's where the hope lies, that they are making the right decisions. And so I say to you that this bridge builder brother of mine, he has left a legacy, and it's all about building those bridges, and that the young generation of Ngāti Wairere today will be those future bridge builders. Through education, and so we send them to the right places to have that.
Thank you.
Nō reira, tēnei te mihi kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. One more way. Ukanui e tu atu nei, ukanui maranga, ngā kakano o ngā tupuna, waiha te te taha e, kia mau ki te aroha, Kia mautana tika e, o au kakoe ka nui, au, ake ake kia ka e, kia.
Kia ora, kōrua, Tony McKenna.
I'd like to acknowledge the
morning.
Mayor, councillors and Kamata and Kuia. Look, I've written out notes here, I've emailed it to council, I assume they've read it. I don't really want to speak to my notes, I just want to speak to the fact that those of us you see here that are holding placards, us Pākehā, it's important that you know that we're not racist. We don't harbour any ill feeling towards Māori. In fact, I personally, and I'm sure some of my friends, feel at home among you. You know, we've all played rugby together. We've all laughed and joked together. I'm a Celtic Irish, and you know, I've had my Māori friends tell many jokes about the Irish. Doesn't bother me. I've told jokes about Māori, and we all laugh together. And this is what I want to get across. I go to the same church as your revered kaumātua, may he rest in peace, Hare Puki went to. My file leadership in the church, my 6 file leaders are all Māori. They ask me to do something, I do it. My emphasis here is to put to the council that in order for us to be truly democratic, I believe council should have called for a referendum. Now, I know it costs money and it would cost time. It would have to wait till 2022. And I know Māori are anxious to have their say in sharing their views around council table. So what I want to do is just read with my glasses to a few of my notes, the ones that I think are largely relevant. It's interesting that at the last election, central government election, Māori, I noticed, were out in the streets endeavouring to get many to go back onto the Māori roll, to sign up to the Māori roll. And that's to be encouraged. I was certainly encouraged by it. But the facts are that apparently 4,000 Māori went from the Māori roll onto the general roll. So I think Māori have a huge job here, and I want to encourage them to stand people in the general seats. I have in the past voted for Māori, and I can name them: Pat Kaio, Machu Dixon. Machu didn't get on council, but I thought he would have been have made an admirable councillor, and I've voted for Margaret Forsyth over the years. Maybe there's a few others, I just can't bring them to mind. So I'm of the belief that it's great to have Māori around the council table. I just don't like separatist Māori wards. Now, call me silly, but it's just not what I personally like. So I want to encourage Māori to go out into the general wards, mobilise your base, put money into it, put time into it, work hard, and you'll certainly get Māori voting for you, and you'll get Pākehā voting for you too. I want to encourage you to do that. Councillors, my submission's on your table. Read it if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you. We have in fact read all 996 of the submissions, yours included. We have a few people out of order here, so just bear with me, but we'll take Mr. Byrne. Brian Byrne. Hi, Brian.
In 1840, when the Treaty of Waitangi was signed, it was shook a handshake to say that we're now all one. Why isn't that done today? Because these people just want to take over everything. I've left my glasses at home. And why hasn't Captain Hamilton been put back to where he was when the Mayor and the CEO pulled it out? If it was a Maori statue, it would have been put back. To me, that is straight out racist. I can... Yeah, why doesn't it, this... wasn't... No, they're too blurry. I have a hearing problem as well. So, yeah. And as I say, the Treaty of Waitangi was signed by the Maori and Europeans, and it was all shook on that we're all one. Also, we have other ethnic groups here living in the city and working in the city and paying their taxes in the city. And why aren't they represented on the wards as well? You should have an Indian ward, a bloody Chinese ward, and God knows what, who else lives in this city. And why are the Maoris given a ward when we're all one? And I would like to thank the councillors who vote against this stupid ward thing for the Maoris. Thank you very much. Sorry I didn't bring my glasses.
Thank you, Brian. Next up is Te Hiri Tote. If I've said that right, I hope I did. Te Hiri? No, not here. So we'll take someone who was off the list. We'll take Benjamin. Benjamin Doyle, please. Okay, thanks.
Ata Māori e koutou. Ko Benjamin tōku ingoa, ko puke nui te maunga, ko Waitangi te awa, ko Omapere te roto, ko te whare tapu o Ngāpui te iwi, ko te popoto te hapu, ko Rāwhitiroa ki Hokianga te marae, ko Matawhāorua toku waka. I am a product of my tupuna, a strand of harakeke woven through the whāriki of my whakapapa. He Māori ahau, he Pākehā ahau. I am proud of my Irish whakapapa. The bones of my ancestors lie in Arklow, County Wicklow. I have a place to stand in that distant land. I am also a product of this land. My tupuna Māori arrived 29 generations ago aboard Te Waka Ngā Toki Matawhāorua. In the Hokianga, I stand or sit here as both Māori and Pākehā. And I believe that all of my tupuna, Irish and Māori, stand or sit with me in advocating for the establishment of Māori wards. True tino rangatiratanga is with, by, for, and of Māori. Tangata whenua have endorsed Māori wards. This should be enough. In saying that, you opened the discussion to public consultation for 3 weeks, and the feedback, according to the executive summary report produced for this council, was that 81% of the public agree on this kaupapa too and also endorse Māori wards. There should be no question. I look forward to the establishment of Māori wards today in Kirikiriroa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Rawiri. Rawiri? You speaking? Oh, there. Can't see. I've got my reading glasses on, so you're slightly blurred. Morena.
Kia ora, Ms Mayor, councillors. Sorry I'm late, but we got here. My 3 minutes starts now, yeah. What I want to say is not to try and convince you as to which way to go. I think you've already made your minds up. What I'm here to say is why what you're doing is a good thing. Let's go back to the 1800s. We realised all the rarurarus and haki-hakis that happened. Let's go to the 1900s. We realised what all the impacts were. And we're still trying to figure out what they are today. So what's happening in the OOs? Clearly, our so-called leaders, call it the government, National, Labour, obviously think that there's a better way to do this. We carry on doing the same thing, are we going to get the same results? Socially, housing, justice. Think about it. We've come from there. Do we want to go back there? Obviously, our glorious leaders think not, and they're going to have a go at something else. So what's happened? What's changed? What's making us change? Firstly, what we've done didn't work, hasn't worked. So obviously some people are realising that change is required. Secondly, and more importantly, there's a generational change going on. What's the next fourth revolution? AI, isn't it? Computers, information, instant cause response. Young people have got that. Young people are going to get it more. Our kids are learning more at school about what's happened and all the rest of it. They're looking ahead. I don't want my kids to come from where I come from. You guys probably the same. So what's changing? Attitudes, generations, and the desire to look forward and ask the questions, which they are. They're looking at climate change and all the rest of it. They're looking at how the old man ruled the roost, and they're not necessarily liking that, so they want change now. They want to see the future before it actually happens. Whereas in my day, we waited till it happened and moaned and groaned about it afterwards. And I think that's where the impetus for all this is coming from, councillors. And that's why, how are we going to get there? Representation, being part of the decision making, assisting the process, not for me, not for you, for all of us. We've been trying to get there for 100 years, 150 years. Now I think everybody's ready, willing and able to hop on to that, what I call the taniwha. It's here. Let's get on it, go for the ride, take it to where we want it to go to, not where someone else wants it to go to. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Rawiri. Tahuia, Pompey, and is Papa Nui House here, Vicky?
I'll sit by you. Thank you. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, sorry for... Okay, kia ora to the kaunihera. Thank you all for giving us the second opportunity to present and talk about Māori wards, because it's an important kōrero. I'm Vicky Young, and I'm the Deputy Chair of Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust. And this is...
Kia ora, I'm Te Hui Pompey. I'm a trustee as well on Te Papanui Enderley Community Centre.
So we're both on the board of the trust, and we've been thinking about our whānau, our community, and how we can support them. And we have received great support from the council for our trust, and we're grateful for that. What we wanted to talk about in terms of the Māori wards is we support that 100%, and we would really like to see that pass today, not just for all of us, but for all of our future generations. We do have a lot of young people in our community, and previously we mentioned about the large numbers of tamariki that we have, and we have a leadership program for those rangatahi, an after-school program. So we'd like to think too that in the future our dream would be to also have this partnership working together as power sharing. That's really an important concept, not just partnership, it's an actual power sharing type situation between Māori and the council. And so we'd like to support the Māngai Māori also being kept as part of this arrangement, so we wouldn't just have Māori wards, we'd also have our Māngai Māori voice, so that we have plenty of voices at the table. And for other people who have mentioned about how we shouldn't have Māngai Māori voices, we should just have independent people, there are several Māori in this room today who are planning to stand as independent as well. So that's fantastic, we'll have both if you pass this. So kia ora, and I'll pass to you.
Wairere ki runga, wairere ki raro, tuia ki te rangi, tuia ki te whenua, kia whakakotahi ai I te aroha no ngā tūpuna, ngā tikanga, e mihi kauake tēnei kia koutou, te kauni hera, kia koe hoki e te rangatira, tēnei te tū o Ngāti Wairere e mihi ana. I would just like to add my point in regards to ahika and mana whenua, is that I don't really care how many seats we get as representatives for our wards, but I would like to stipulate that if we could have a seat by default for Ngāti Wairere as mana whenua, so that we can protect the interpretations of our history and of our taonga, and so that we can go forward and actually protect that. Nō reira, e ngā rauranga tirama, tēnei taku mihi atu ki a koutou katoa, tēnā koutou. Kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora koutou. Where am I at? Tura.
Hine tū, hine ora, hine mate, hine noho e tamatū tama ora, tama mate, tama noho e. E ngā rauranga tira mā, ngā reo e ngā mana, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Ka huri au ki te reo Pākehā. Please excuse my bag. Kia ora koe. I speak today as another brown face, standing for the rights to be heard and to be acknowledged. With the same rights as all those faces that sit here at this table, with the power that governs over all matters pertaining to the residential, commercial renovations and developments, as well as flora and fauna. I do not see a brown face with the knowledge and the understanding of cultural procedures, cultural processes, or customary practices and traditions. To understand the governance and the management of the 28 pa sites within the Hamilton City Council boundaries. I'm aware that the Significant Natural Areas, or SNA policy, a new government rollout, is being conducted nationwide. That could possibly create issues for people developing papakainga or looking at restoration on their whenua in the future. These are but a few things that directly affect Māori and are better dealt with by Māori, for Māori, with Māori. We know Māngai Māori do not have the same rights and the same voice power or entitlements as you all do. But they are merely there to ease the anxieties of mana whenua, mana ohu, and tangata whenua, or in other words, the Māori voice. It is not a fair enough deal. The correct and fair procedure is to include Māori wards moving forward, and also including an automatic seat of mana whenua being Ngāti Wairere. I also propose that the governance procedure and obligations to be conducted with a coalition of a Māori working team to mitigate the policies of the Māori ward, and not to be created in a dictatorial manner from another man's space and another man's perception or perspective. It is 2021, not 1921, and Black Lives Matter. Yes, whānau, I've said it. In my opinion, all lives matter, all opinions matter, and we all have the right to have a voice. So moving forward in this new age, in this new era, to show better cultural diversity, fairness, quality of service to its community and people, this council needs to approve Māori wards. The people of all tribes, creeds and race have spoken in support of having Māori wards established up and down the country, and yes, one has been approved this morning. It is not hard to say yes to inclusion and say no to exclusion. It is not hard to say yes to modifying for the betterment and well-being of your community and ngā taonga tuku ihoa, and saying no to remaining stagnant. I leave you with this. Say yes to the honouring of the ancestors of all those that have spoken before me and will speak after me. Say yes. Say yes to the union of cultural diversity, fairness and equality. Say yes. Say yes to the establishment of Māori wards and enabling inclusion. Say yes. Say yes to our ancestors and our future generations, for they deserve this. Say yes. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Te Kopa is here now, I think. Ha. Hello.
Hello. Good everybody. Just thank you for choosing to have this day happen. I really want Māori wards. I think that Māori wards are important to be on the City Council. We need to have a voice for our iwi specifically because we have been, of Ngā Muri Katoa, been drowned out throughout the iwi, settling upon our whenua in Kirikiriroa, and throughout the boundaries of Mangaharakeke Stream and Mangaharakeke Pā. So, yeah, what I would like to say, and also like to add that it's been an awesome journey since last year, having to protect some of our wahi tapu around the Peacocks development. And I'm glad that today we've had a lot more inclusion when it comes to consultation. And I'd like to thank the Māori Māngai, Mona Wharawhara and Norm Hill for being open and helping us to protect what we have left within our Kirikiriroa, and making sure that we have the right resources available, even through I think it's called Parks and Reserves, helping us maintain some of our taiao that are still remaining, little bits, and we're trying to make that Māori come back. It's been really good, but other than that, Māori wards will be good because, and as well because throughout the past, I don't know, maybe 10 or 5 years, we've noticed roads and developments have been approved to go through significant cultural heritage sites of Ngā Muri Katoa. That is a big deal, and it's affecting us it's affecting our hauora and our well-being and our mentality of not finding anywhere to belong anymore. So I think it would be really good if you guys had someone from our iwi included in the Māori wards to be, and who knows, or someone who knows who we are and can relate to what's happening to us as not having a proper voice sitting on the Waikato Tainui Trust Board, Te Hā Te Whenua Kirikiriroa or Te Mātai Waka. But no reira, tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Te Kopa. We now have Donna Phillips.
Ko koe te ariki, te kai whakarora mo te ao katoa, mo enei o iwi, mo inoi atu nei, aruhatia mātou, manaki mai mātou, I roko I enei wā, aue te ariki, aue, aue te ariki, aue. Ko Tainui Tūwhari tō Taranaki hoki ahau, ko Donna Pōkere Phillips, taku ingoa. Tēnā koe e pā mō tō kariki I te atanai, tēnā koutou e rauranga tirama, tēnā koe e te kingi, mō te wharikahui ariki, rire, pai, mārire. Kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Firstly, I want to congratulate Waipa District Council Ward, who voted, Waipa District Council, who voted in Māori wards this morning. So the pressure is on whānau, the pressure is on. And I just wanted to announce that because I heard that earlier. This is my third bite at the eponymous cherry in regards to Māori wards. The first time I spoke and I said that I saw no one who represented me at this tipu, who represented my values and represented from where I come from. And I also spoke about done, decolonising oppressive names everywhere. And why is it that we glorify war criminals in our city? The second time that I put in the submission, I talked about partnership and what that looked like, and that from a Te Tiriti perspective, that was actually about 50-50% partnership. So rather than having two Māori wards, I would see it as having 50-50, Māori on one side, and or te tangata whenua on one side, and te tangata Tiriti on the other side. And today, I guess what I'm really doing is trying to affirm to you that this is a really important time in our history of Kirikiriroa. You are here to speak on our behalf, but hopefully be on the right side of history. As our Tiriti has says, this is about tangata whenua and tangata Tiriti, and I want to see that that is taken cognizant of today, because actually that's why we're here today. So you have a really important job, and I guess all I'm going to say is you need to be on the right side of history. Kia ora mai tātai.
Sakayo.
Kia ora koutou. So I've been here in the other two submissions as well, and I've submitted things, so I wasn't going to speak today. But I put my name down last minute, and I thought I just want to say a little bit. I don't want to take too long because I think I've said what I had to say in other submissions. But I just wanted to read something out. On the 25th of May, a black man was murdered by a road cop in the city of Minneapolis. For 9 minutes and 29 seconds, this road cop pressed his knee into Mr. Floyd's neck, eventually exterminating his life. Now in Aotearoa here, Māori have had 180 years of a settler government with their knee on the necks of all Māori in this country. I'm calling on the council today, please take your knee off our necks. Let us as Māori not only add to the decision making at this council table, but allow us to assert our tino rangatiratanga, which was guaranteed under Te Reti o Waitangi, under He Whakaputanga, and under the United Nations Charter for Indigenous Rights. Now, Martin Luther King said, "Don't judge him by the colour of his skin, but the content of his character." The thing is with that, in Aotearoa today, Māori haven't been judged on their character, but the colour of our skin. Now, I saw a thing on Facebook the other night of Rawiri Waititi, the Māori Party MP, and someone had changed his billboard, so it said, "I'm proud to be Māori," and it had his face there, but someone changed it to a monkey. And that tells me that we still have a lot of racism in this country. And the thing is, when I see things like that, it makes me even more determined that Māori need to have determined our own futures. You know, as co-governance under Te Reti o Waitangi, it was guaranteed. So why are we here today? Why are we even debating this? Māori need to assert their own tino rangatiratanga, because that wasn't up for talk in Waitangi in 1840. My grandfather, Tom Smith, served with D Company 28 Māori Battalion. He served 5 years in the war, went to North Africa, went to Crete, went to Greece, went to Italy, and fought along other Pākehā New Zealanders. Now then, they were pushing I guess the propaganda that we were all one. But when they came back, Māori got their lands taken off them. Pākehā soldiers got land given to them. So what does that say? So today I'm calling for councillors today to give us a go. Let us have a go. I'm telling you now, you'll probably be surprised, because we will add to the value of this council, not take away from it. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Thank you, everyone. We have a late speaker request, with, and then I'll come to the final. Jess Granchin. Did I say that right? Oh, it's nothing like it. Never mind. Sorry.
Hello. Morning. I come from Whangaroa, grew up there with my whānau, and we were part of the 3 whānau that started the recycling centre out there in Raglan. And as a child, I remember watching that process in the council, and my father and my mother, alongside other whānau, being made to look like silly hippies when they were trying to take care of the whenua. I suppose I bring that to the table today because, again, we are presented with seats at the table, and back then, ideas like taking care of whenua and taking care of people weren't represented well. And in fact, the people fighting to do a simple thing, which is to take care of the whenua that we live in, was not only hard fought for, but they were mocked for it by the people sitting in positions of power. And also, as a mama, I would like to say that I desperately want Māori wards, because we need tangata whenua to sit at the table and hold the knowledge and to hold whakaaro that we cannot ourselves. As a mama, I know that they will represent well what it means to take care of future generations in ways that you cannot. It saddens me to think as a kid that we had to fight to take care of whenua. And if you go out to Whangaroa now in Raglan, you'll see an incredible community that takes care of its place and its people. But that was a fought for space. And so voting yes means that our generations, my children and their children, are going to have people who are sitting at the table who know how to take care of whenua and who know how to take care of tangata. Kia ora.
Thank you, Jess. Before I move on to our last speakers, we're going to get Māngai to speak to you, speak with us, I should say. Is there anyone I've missed in the public forum? Okay, cool. Would you like to speak? Thank you. Come forward.
Kia ora, koutou katoa. Nā whānau katoa e tai tai mai. So, welcome everybody here to this time that we're speaking to our councillors about this kaupapa that's important to all of us. Kia ora.
Welcome.
Kia ora. Don Turn, I did submit, and I want to actually acknowledge the last time I did a karakia whakamutunga from our first submission. And the point of that is that we sat through this process only to get to the end where a decision was made with all the whānau sitting in the gallery. And I just wanted to enlighten that because I did share that in Te Reo Māori, but I didn't share it in English. And that was sort of the point of this, is that how to participate in seats sitting here would be the only way at this point is to have a seat at the table. And so the first point is to support that notion. The second point is to support the due diligence that you have done to find out and complete the He Manawa Pauwhenua process that hadn't been completed at that time. Now we've got the data in, and I really like that, but I suggest to take account and to look at that. I also suggest to take a look at the information that has been provided to you from the Māngai Māori, from the process that the last council initiated that gave us Māngai Māori. And they've done a good job, so I've heard. And I think this is the progression along a continuum of our collective journeys. I think that it is about the fair, but it's about us sitting and talking together about what that looks like. And to have the opportunity to have someone sitting at the table, to have the kōrero together so that we are representative of all whakaaro, but sitting and acknowledging that we hear a lot of stuff about Te Tiriti, the treaty partnership. That is probably another kaupapa, but this is a means to an end to that journey. So in that vein, I'd like to thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to come to share the whakaaro councillors. It's been good sitting and having discussions and sharing the whakaaro about what our collective intent for everybody is, and that the intent and whakaaro of Māori is a unique one, which understand could be very beneficial. The difference from 1840 to now is that there has been a lot that has transgressed and progressed along the continuum, and we can do a really good job together at the table. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll now invite Māngai Te Pōra, and then I think we have Māngai Norm to follow. Are you coming together or are you coming separate?
No, we're going to come together, is that all right?
Yep, that's
and
fine.
we can speak from over there?
Yeah, yes, yeah, thank you.
We'll stay there.
No, speak over here at the front, Te Pōra. Te Pōra. Yep. Are you coming forward to, you can speak separately, but come forward, Norm. Ollie, thank you.
I ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā karangama o tō tātou nei whare, nei te mihi, tēnā tātou katoa. Me mihi ka tika ki te kingitanga o tira ngā taniwha o ngā piko o tō tātou nei awa o Waikato, nei te mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Te tumuaki o tira ngā hau e whā, te miro mā, te miro pango, me te miro whiro, kia kotahi ai te whakaro, kia ngā whakamua, kia hoia tō tātou nei wako, kia raro te koroai o te aroa. Nei te mihi, tēnā koutou. O tira kia koe Rachel, Gary, Taitumu, Don, Jackie, ngā rangatira o a popo. Kei konei a Hana, so we better watch out. Nei te mihi kia koe e Hana, tēnā rā tātou katoa. As an opening, I'll stand to open our session. I was been sitting next to Hana, so I've got this wehi and this ihi, and it's fantastic that we have the rangatira here. 2 years ago, our leader provided a wero or a challenge to all of us, and it was to come up with a tongikura or saying that represented us as a council. So I spoke to Jeff, I spoke to Rob, sprinkled a tongikura with a bit of love from Angela, and I tried to talk to Ryan, but he was too fast. But collectively, we as a council came up with a tongikura. It happened to be a waita. And for the purposes of explanation, I'll do it in te reo Māori and I'll translate it. Ko Waikato, ko kirikiri roa te whenua, our land is Hamilton. Te Kopumania, te Ukaipo, our roots are established at te Kopumania. Waikato e rere nei, our river that flows with passion. Ngā maunga e tūtonu, our mountain ranges that stand staunch. Ko ngā mea nui, ko ngā tangata. The most important thing for us is us as a people, collectively. He piko, he tangata. At every bend, there is us, there are people. He piko, he taniwha. And as Ryan says, he piko, he taniwha. At every bend, there's a guardian, there's a chief. He piko, he mana. At every bend of the river, there is authority, there's prestige. There is us, collectively, that share in the mauri of our whenua, our people, and our future. Tihei mauri ora, behold, I have life. That tongikura was created by you, Angela, by you, Rob, Jeff, Bunty, maybe a little bit. Collectively, that is our gift to our people in terms of our tongikura, which happens to be our waiata. Tēnā koutou.
I thought Norm was going to start singing, but no?
Later, maybe.
Later, maybe.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Morena koutou. Not going to launch into what's already been said, because it's already been said and very well. But maybe just a chat between us, because we're colleagues, because we're friends that sit side by side. It was a wonderful day yesterday, I thought, sitting beside you all in our community committee, and we debated some hot topics. But then we get to today, and you have to look at then where we got up from to come back and sit at the very table that we sat together at only yesterday. So I wanted to highlight that, because yesterday we had a voice. Today you have our voice. You have my say. You're going to make a decision for me and my whānau, my wider whānau today. So a portion of our future's a very important portion of our future is in your hands today. So that's the only point I wanted to make. I was a true believer that when you have the mic and you have a platform, amplify the voices of the people. So I know that we've read all the submissions, but I picked out a few to read. Penelope Weber. I support Māori wards to increase and ensure Māori representation and decision making for our community. Justin Crittenden. I wholeheartedly support Māori wards. I would also expect the existing Māori representation to be maintained rather than replaced by Māori wards. Charmaine Price, in an effort to enhance mana motuhake and tainui, the only right thing to do is to have a Māori ward. Alexa Mossip, I agree to having Māori wards to allow tangata whenua to have their own voice at the table. I feel we have a moral obligation and a legal obligation under Te Tiriti to do this, waiting until the next election is fair. I skipped some parts. Comes to the part where she says, I am not Māori, but this feels an important issue that needs to be addressed. And then I'll close off with Wheti Maipi, who's an ankotahana. I agree to having Māori wards to allow tangata whenua to have their own voice at the table. We've been sitting on the fringes, such as we have today, for too long. Have a voice for far too long. Māori have a voice that will benefit all, not just Māori. Our way of living and our worldview has always been inclusive. With a couple of seconds left, some of the stuff that we also did to, take a light-hearted view at the wards, we came up with some poems to maybe encourage. We did this a while back. One we Norm wrote for Angela. Do you know? Angela, Angela, the angel lady, turn our waka to the heights of Pallades. Give us a tick, don't give us the flick, because Māori wards should be your real pick. And then, there's Kesh. Oh, Kesh, oh, Kesh. Yes, you must consider all those voters, but I doubt that they would leave you if you promote us.
She's up here.
Māori wards, the harmonious chord, will ring through the chamber, will drown out the haters with our rangatahi, our teenagers, songs of aspirations. I make no exaggeration, the vote will count for our Māori nation. And the wise words that I heard today of Lindsay Cumberbatch, our treaty partner deserves nothing less. Ngā mihi.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I hadn't prepared anything today. Just on behalf of Andrea, Elliot Hallhep and the Runanga, nothing changes from our previous submissions. I come here to tautoko by my colleagues and also the kaupapa, and all I'd say now, I think the timing is good timing, and ask councillors please make a good decision today. Kia ora tātou. Hard act to follow, and I can't play the guitar or write songs either.
Thank you, everybody. Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. This morning has been a powerful expression of sentiment and reason, and we have listened and we have read all your submissions. And I also want to respect you all for the way that you've done this, shared your views in a way that is still unifying of each other. So on that positive note, I want to take a lunch break, and then we will come back into the important work of, it's going to be an early lunch break because we're going to have a break. So we are now adjourned until 12:15, which you can have as use that time wherever you like. We'll be back at 12:15 to make the final decision. Thank you. We will recommence the meeting. I trust you were all able to avail yourself of some of the really splendid coffee that our Hamilton cafes provide. Welcome back. So there's no further debate or discussion with the community at this point. That time has passed. We're going to move into the agenda to receive the report, and then a recommendation will go up. But before we do that, I will just get Becca from Governance to talk through the process, and then we'll crack on.
Kia ora everyone, ko Becca Brooke Taku Ingawa, Hei Governance Manager, aho ki te Konihira o Kirikiriroa, no reira tēnā tātou katoa. On 24th of February this year, the local electoral amendment bill to remove the binding poll mechanism for decisions on Māori wards was passed. As a result of this, many councils are now taking the opportunity to reconsider previous decisions on establishing Māori wards in time for the 2022 elections. This report sets out the considerations on this matter and provides a summary and analysis of the feedback received via the public engagement that's taken place over the last 3 weeks. Sean and I are happy to take any questions, noting that Dale Opsowski, our electoral officer, is also joining us via Zoom to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Becca. So we will go into questions. We will just put the recommendation up, however, so that we know what's coming. You can ask questions of that as well. 1 minute, Angela. So I have moved, and Councillor Van Oosten has seconded that recommendation. Okay, Angela, questions?
Yeah, thank you. This will be a question. Oh, I don't know whether Becca or Sean, but one of these public forum speakers this morning asked about inquired about where people who gave our feedback through the submission process were from, and in the report you've got demographics in terms of within the Hamilton boundary, but there's nothing outside. So do we have a figure? Did we analyse that?
Yes, we did, and it's an omission in the report. So of the 994 submissions, 261 were from outside Hamilton. So in the report, the graph on page 18 of the report, yep, sort of breaks down the population by the areas within Hamilton. Normally we'd also show a graph which showed inside and outside Hamilton. Yep. But yeah, so the answer is 261 of the submissions were from outside Hamilton.
Okay, so the majority were Hamilton identified themselves as Hamilton residents.
Correct. Yeah.
Great. That's not my only question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Becca, could you please give me a clear steer, should this recommendation pass, the timeline from here with regards, because it triggers an electoral review, whatever it's called?
Yes, so if the council today resolves to establish Māori wards, it will trigger a wider representation review. So the timetable is set out on page 12 of your agenda under table 1, with essentially we will begin with some briefings in June to talk to council about the options that they have in front of them in terms of considering the options that you have in the wider representation review, and then it follows a pretty set time frame with the initial proposal needing to come for 21 August. So we've got in the date there is 12th of August where council would essentially put out their initial proposal for the wider representation review.
Right, and are we today voting on how many Māori wards? Are they in the east, the west? Is that what we're committing to today? That will be part of that review?
That would be part of that process, so we're unable to do that as the decision today. So the decision today is solely whether we have Māori wards or not.
Right.
The makeup of that and what that looks like will be established through the next part of the process.
So how many is not a part of this? Is that
Correct.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just following on from Councillor O'Leary's question, 261 people identified as being outside the city, identified themselves. Have we separately analysed what the percentage was of those who voted, or who, sorry, not voted, but some of them look like it could have been a referendum, who indicated that they supported Māori wards and who didn't, in terms of, I guess where I'm leading to is what percentage of those people who identified themselves as living in Hamilton supported Maori wards and did not support Maori wards.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Rob. And I've just had some information that the Hamilton residents, so those with inside Hamilton, showed a 79. So, accepting that it wasn't a sort of a yes/no poll, but in terms of the analysis that we'd done, 79% of the responses from Hamilton residents had indicated positive preference for Māori wards, and that was 87% for those outside of Hamilton.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, thank you. Becca, congratulations to you and your team for the excellent comprehensive report. I thank you for that. It's very helpful. If I sort of ask the question, if we did the analogy, obviously the similarity to the parliamentary system is at census time, those who have can prove Maori connection or ancestry choose whether to enrol for the Maori electoral roll or the general electoral roll. I assume on that basis that at the moment we have what you call the composite roll, where the general roll and the Maori roll is joined as one. The first step would be to split out the two, I take it. Is that what happens? And then based on that, there's a calculation of Maori representation based on general population of those and their families who have already enrolled on the Maori roll. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, that's mostly correct, and Dale may be able to jump in if he's online. Essentially, we already have a Māori role in Hamilton because Waikato Regional Council have Māori wards, so that's what the numbers are based on at the moment.
And then this triggers a total review of the ward representation, not the voting, STV, and legislation will have some clear determinants of what we must take into account when setting the boundaries of these wards. Is that correct?
Correct. There's very clear guidelines in terms of a wider representation review and considering communities of interest and lots of other different types of things that get brought into that review.
And would that so we would obviously set up a hearings process once we put out a proposal, which obviously would include Maori wards.
Correct. So once we put out the initial proposal, there would be a hearings process, and then once the final proposal comes back, there's also a process through the local electoral commission as well, where people can submit for the final proposal.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions? No, we'll go to the recommendation. Councillor Wilson.
I'm just putting myself in the debating order.
On the debating order? Thank you. You can pop Councillor Wilson back. I'll just start by saying that as the mover, I have the right to open the conversation and a right of reply, and because I don't think it's good use of time to speak twice, I'm just going to reserve my comments to the right of reply. So, Councillor Wilson, you're first on the list.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I believe Māori hold a distinct and special status as Indigenous people in New Zealand. A lot of people have spoken about process. At the very heart of any good process is a legal system, and at the heart of any good legal system, although I'm not a scholar of the law, I acknowledge Sarah is, but I believe at the heart of any legal system is contract law and treaty law. And I have no doubt in my mind that New Zealand, the Crown, entered into an agreement with Māori in 1840. Possibly, more importantly, on a very cool spring day in 2010, at about 12:45 New York time, New Zealand was on the global stage, and the Minister of Māori Affairs, and I'll read, if you don't mind, because I don't usually read from speeches, but this isn't my speech. The Right Honourable Dr. Peter Sharples appears before the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and announces New Zealand's support for the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People as follows. He went on to say in September 2007 at the United Nations, 143 countries voted in favour of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. New Zealand was one of 4 that voted against the declaration. In keeping today, the 20th of April 2010, New Zealand changes its position, and we are pleased to express our support for the declaration. In keeping with our strong commitment to human rights and the Indigenous rights in particular, New Zealand now adds its support to the declaration both as an affirmation of fundamental rights and in its expression of new and widely supported aspirations. Māori hold a distinct and special status as Indigenous people of New Zealand. Indigenous rights and Indigenous cultures are of a profound importance to New Zealand and fundamentally to our identity as a nation. A unique feature of our constitutional arrangements is the Treaty of Waitangi, signed by representatives of the Crown and Māori in 1840. It is a founding document of New Zealand and marks the beginning of our rich cultural heritage. The treaty establishes the foundation of partnership, mutual respect, cooperation and good faith between Māori and the Crown. Having Māori sitting around this table will add value. We will be better for it. We have other more urgent things we need to now focus on. Those challenges need to be addressed. The Māori voice will enable us and equip us better to address those issues.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Chair. Look, my support of Māori wards has remained steadfast at all levels of this debate. And I acknowledge Councillor Martin, who was my brave seconder of the original motion on the 1st of April. What has changed and grown is my understanding through this whole process of the urgent need and the deep desire from mana whenua to have a voice at the table and a hand in the decision-making processes of council. Thank you to Māngai Te Pōra for reminding us and giving us the vision that she did today of the stark contrast of those two things that we hold now. We must include a seat at the table for Māori. I'm heartened to find, though, that on this journey of enlightenment, it's not mine alone, and that when I reflect on the hundreds of submissions that we've received through the He Pō Manawa Ora strategy and our Māori ward engagement, that more than 900 submitters in each of those have been, by and large, very positive. And that there's been a very passionate verbal submitters today and at other meetings that we've held. And the actions in recent weeks of councils, and I welcome the news of Waipa today and others around the country who embrace Māori wards. It shows me that this is a time of ongoing social change, building of awareness and tolerance and an understanding of each other and a need to right wrongs. Our awareness as a city, as a country, and as a people is maturing. I thank you, Mayor Paula, for bringing this back to Council for reconsideration today and insisting that we go back out to our community for further engagement on it. It gives us the guidance to know that we're doing the right thing and that it gives a strong voice to a way forward. So thank you. For those afraid of a public backlash, that hasn't happened. That's because we've awoken to a better understanding of our past, to understand that and to take responsibility for the consequences of it, and to now take action in the knowledge that introducing a Māori ward, as we've heard speakers today say, is a good thing. I welcome the next steps of partnership and empowerment and look forward to what the possibilities and opportunities are that may come forward. I am open to learn more, to better understand Te Ao Māori, so that I might be able to represent all residents alongside Māori ward councillors. Me mahitahi tātou, mō te oranga o te katoa. We must work together for the well-being of all. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. And I will, as is the tradition for 100 years, stand during a council meeting, and I acknowledge the significance of this meeting. As people will have heard, when I previously seconded Councillor Maxine's motion, I explained that I was somewhat slow and conservative in the journey. I also acknowledged that Andrew King, with regard to the Manga Maori initiative, was right and I was wrong, and I think that beholds anyone who stands for public offices to occasionally reflect, as is the human condition, as I do. So I think we've arrived at an appropriate point today. I also acknowledge that Parliament, of course, gives the opportunity to New Zealanders of Maori origin can either choose to go on the general roll or the Maori roll. And in that sense, I certainly acknowledge, as when I was a former MP, my colleague, the Honourable Karawetri and the Honourable Nanaia Mahuta. I also must take this point to acknowledge those in this area who have gone before in terms of this relationship and this debate. It was my great pleasure to be with the late Ross Jansen, Margaret Evans, Councillor Perehia Kaio and others at the Runanga in terms of, and acknowledge the late Wikoki Kingi and the many elders who have gone before. If you look at the photos in the foyer there, you will recognise in the last century, I think, and I don't want to get this wrong, 3 Hamiltonians, Kirikiriroa, who are of Maori, Kinclain Maori origin. One, and I acknowledge him, was the late Councillor Luke Rangi, which I did not know personally. Councillor Ratu Tibble, which I was on his campaign committee in 1983, and I freely admit, frankly, we had to dress up as candidacy to appeal to a broad audience, and he had to sort of suppress certain views, and but I acknowledge his contribution when I was on a council colleague with Ratu Tibble. Also, I want to acknowledge Councillor Perehira Kaio, who was on her campaign committee as a residents' council, who was the co-chair of the then Nahu Haimai, and also the chair of what was the equivalent of the community committee, and made an incredible contribution, and I have to acknowledge her as one of the great forerunners. Like Parliament, you have those members of Aotearoa New Zealand who choose to go on the Maori roll. That is their right. And as a member for Hamilton West, I was always aware that there was about 55% when on the Nai's roll, so to speak, and Hauraki roll, and there were about 45 who just chose to stay on the Hamilton West general roll. Why I make that point is in Parliament, which in my view, and is far more diverse than this chamber, is you have a range of people, but you also have Maori members who represent general seats as well. You know, East Cape, Rongotai, Northland. The point I want to make is you come to this table with a whole range of perspectives. I genuinely believe those who come to this table via the Maori wards will have incredible value and insights that I don't have to add. And I think that's been proved by the contribution of Manga Maori today. But when we sit at this table, we represent, of course, the entire, and work for, in partnership, the entire community of Kirikiriroa Hamilton. So without further ado, I will be supporting your motion, Your Worship. And I think there is a moment of history which has now arrived. I intend to be on the correct carriage on that historical journey. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Yes, you certainly know how to extend time limits also.
Absolutely.
Councillor McPherson.
Kia ora koutou katoa, and Martin's had that 100 years of experience that he was talking about before. I haven't got that much. Look, this has been a long time coming. For me, 21 years ago, I supported the introduction of Māori wards. We tried and didn't get there a couple of other times. I'm really pleased we've got there this time. But my 21 years of waiting pales into insignificance beside the 181 years since the treaty was signed and the partnership didn't, in practice, at a local level, eventuate. And I'm really pleased today that it's looking like it is going to eventuate, because it's no good having coffee table booklets, whether they be called treaties of Waitangi or anything else, if you're not going to put some of those thoughts and policies into practice. Far from dividing New Zealand, this means that we'll finally be doing something tangible about bringing the two partners of that treaty back together in our small patch here. I see a sign down the back, stop iwi power grab, but I wonder what was said about the unfettered power grab that's actually gone on for the last 180 years. So there needs to be a bit of balance there, which I don't see sometimes. There's been a complaint that we haven't had the proper consultation here. Where was that consultation when the artificial boundaries were created, for instance, for Hamilton City, which cut off the iwi and hapu traditional boundaries that paid no recognition or attention to them at all, and then leading to people say, well, you're not from Hamilton City. Well, in actual fact, if you talk about Ngāti Wairere, the area encompassed parts of several different current localities, and so did other hapu and iwi in the Waikato region. There was no referendum for those people when the current system was decided. It was imposed by governments in London and Wellington. This is our choice and our chance to try and rectify that in a small way. It's not going to solve every problem, but it is going to start to redress some of the imbalances of the relatively recent past. I say to people around the council table, don't be fearful about sharing power and influence. As I said 5 weeks ago, Ra, the sun, will come up tomorrow morning, and Māori will add value to this council. And finally, I'd say that I remember dearly the promise by Timi Maipi's granddaughter, Hannah, that Timi would not be let loose on us if we vote for this. So I'm hanging out for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I acknowledge your presence here, Timi. We're in debate, so we're going to carry forward with that. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Look, if Māori wards are approved by this council today, there will be better representation, and better representation is needed. No argument from me, and to an extent, Māori wards will bring that. Tangata whenua want them, and the majority of our submitters want it, and I respect that. Call me naive. I wish we could be more ambitious. I have a strong belief in aspiration and ambition, and it just feels to me like we could be on the cusp of something greater. I suggest that history shows separate seats haven't been that kind to Māori. Māori electorates have been on part of New Zealand's parliamentary landscape for decades, and if Māori honestly ask themselves on the back of last week's child poverty statistics whether they've gone forwards or backwards, what would the answer be? Similarly, with Māori wards and local government, they're nothing new. They've been around for 20 years. Again, have they really advanced the cause? They've hardly been revolutionary. Part of me is frustrated that we just can't do a bit better. I sincerely believe in encouraging people to be the best they can and to follow their dreams. While this is great today, it still seems a little like a consolation prize to me. Filmmaker Taika Waititi recently talked about the racism he encountered as a kid at school. And the worst sort of racism was the belief that he should keep his expectations low, Because he was Māori, he couldn't aspire to much. I worry that that's the exact sentiment in our well-intentioned efforts to improve representation that we are repeating today. Are we telling young Māori leaders that they can't compete on their own merits, and we're not expecting them to make it to general seats? It just seems a disempowering message to send them, and it saddens me a little. But then I've listened hard today and I've been moved by many of the submissions. I realise you're sick of waiting for something magical like that to happen. You see this as a first step. You accept that it's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. I want something more, but then I'm saying that as a Pākehā who hasn't had to wait like you have. I accept that wards is the method you all support and our submitters support, so I will back that today.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. What a special day, eh? When even the most stubborn of us will turn, and I mean that in a compliment because Jeff is a very considered man in his approach, so that's a powerful statement in itself. Kia ora tātou te whare. Over the last 6 weeks, I have heard that Māori wards are racist and divisive. I've also heard that Māori wards are unifying and enhancing. I have heard that Māori wards honour the treaty, and I've heard that Māori wards have nothing to do with the treaty. I was initially concerned about rushing through this process, but I think we have navigated this challenge carefully. Māori wards are not perfect, and I sympathise with the Tony McKenna arguments, I don't think he stayed for debate, of this world, but the reality is the current system is not delivering for Māori. I acknowledge our system isn't perfect either, but the wards are a mechanism to enable better visibility, exposure, succession, capacity building and access to Māori. My academic, technical and political response to all of that is, I think Māori wards could be pretty cool. He weri anō kia koutou. My challenge for you all, however, and for future Māori, is the saying I've heard by many of you, what's good for Māori is good for all. Prove it. Do it. Your new leadership needs to be strong, unifying and spiritual. Mihi mea ka moimoia aho, ko aho anaki. If I dream alone, I alone will achieve. Mihi mea ka moimoia tātou, ka te e tātou. If we dream together, we will all achieve. Ko te ohanga, aki o taku, moimoia, ko te puwaitanga o te whakaro. Dreams only become a reality when we take action. From beloved Princess Tipuia. Aaron Hardy asked us today to take a posture of reconciliation. Today I take that posture. I look forward to adding value. One of our men earlier asked us. Warawiri summed it up with his statement, change is required, time to hop on the taniwha. Today I say yes.
Councillor Thompson.
Mō tō whakaro, me tō kōrero. Thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts and speaking with us today. Really appreciate it. It's been a long journey. We're here for the third time, and some of you also spoke for the third time, so kia ora, thank you. I really appreciated the words from Rawiri about this is a generational change going on, and I really feel there's a tide turning all over the country. And I feel that in the room today and appreciate the words from my colleagues who have spoken before me. What's changing, he said, attitudes, generations, and the desire to look forward. I'm really excited to see, I think we can read the room, but I'm really excited about the prospect of Māori wards and about really having a real Māori voice at this table. And while I'm not nearly as poetic as Mangai Norm, I wrote on the back of a napkin at lunchtime a small poem to sum up my thoughts, my whakaro. We've heard today of aspirations for the future and righting wrongs from the past, about unity, kotahitanga, and taking a collective path, about inclusion, not exclusion, and enriching our democracy, about enabling our youth, future bridge builders, to write their own destiny. Today is one step, with many more to come, because we're at the tepu together, we're greater than our sum. Thank you.
Thank you. Not bad for someone who said, I don't know what to say this time. Councillor Bunting.
Kia ora, I know as well. Kia ora, te whānau. As I said 5 weeks ago, whakanui te mana o te tangata. People are good. Believe in the people. Thank you for taking the chance and believing in the people. I've got 5 words. Nya, 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 nya. We were right. We were right. It wasn't that bad. We asked the community spoke. Now we can listen to the community and we march on together. Have we finished yelling at each other now, Kirikiriroa? Have we finished calling each other names, Hamilton? Are we going to work together? I say yes. I have finished being yelled at now. I am now ready to get on with it. Now we have work to do together. We have communities and cultures aplenty to enhance in our beautiful community. To everybody who thought going out to the community was a scary thing, I say thank you for your courage. We were right. We were rewarded. To the Fab Four, joking, who tried to get this through fast, I respect your position, but thank you for waiting. And thank you for having the bravery to wait for the community. We were rewarded. Well done. I was telling my daughter Penny about an old magnolia tree we had in the yard, and we're trying to talk about how it got so old, and it was a windy, windy day. It only got old by bending in the wind. It didn't get old by resisting the wind. So now, as a forest, we stand together and we bend with the winds that will come our way, and we work together. Norm laid down the challenge of a poem, so I have written one. This is called Get Ready. Now you're at the table, be careful what you ask for. Get ready for endless hours of reading, trying to stay awake, for long and boring speeches, for losing half your mates, for the slowest lift in the universe, for bad coffee at dawn, for sitting in uncomfy seats and listening to Norm. Get ready for sitting in your home at night in your grotty homeless clothes when residents knock on your door to complain about the roads. For learning about long-term plans, financial balance sheets, sewage pipes and rubbish bins and Dave McPherson's tweets. Get ready for crazy hours and weekend work, for views that will inflame you. Get ready for being ignored when things go right, and if it's wrong, they'll blame you. For it's not all glamour by any means, and you eat a lot of savouries, but bring your skin as thick as steel, bring your bravest bravery. But get ready for the greatest chance to make your mark, to lead with real impunity, to make decisions not for you, but for your community, to leave your ego at the door and represent with pride, to work for folk with different views, for some folk you won't like. You'll work with staff who love this place more than life itself. The staff who work for Hamilton will make you very proud. You'll push your heart and head to places you never thought were able. But Hamilton has spoken. Nō reira, haere maha. Welcome to the table.
Councillor Pascoe.
Kia ora. Well, how can I follow that one? I certainly won't. But look, today and today in the earlier meetings, submitters have tended to focus on past and various events of New Zealand's history, and I am pleased today that the focus kind of moved, or the worm turned a little, and the focus was on the future of Hamilton and what could be good for Hamilton's future. And I think that's where we should be, where the journey should commence from today, and that's what arrangements can we put together that will lead to improve and grow this dynamic city that we live in. No one in this room participating in this meeting is responsible for New Zealand's history, good or bad, as illustrated in some of the submissions that we've heard, both the written and heard in the 3 meetings. Hamilton is a city of young people with a median age of 34 years. The decision the decision today should focus on what is best for them and how representation will best fit their needs and those of this growing city. Today's discussion on Māori wards should be seen as an addition to the menu of needs for a dynamic and growing city. Recent experience with Maunga Māori has shown success and wins in the city with Māori appointments to major committees, not only for them or for council, but also for the city. Māori wards will be a different kettle of fish, and the success and value to the city is yet to be experienced. I suggest we give it a go, knowing that changes and tinkering will be necessary in order to get the outcomes that are best for us and for the city. Being less poetical than Mark, I can assure you, and I wrote down some notes here, that being on council is no gravy train. It's bloody hard work, and really, really good ideas and decisions often get lost in politics and the fog.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you. Equality is what we have now under a general seat situation. Everybody can stand, and we all understand that. But that doesn't mean that everyone has the same shot at being successful. Aaron Hardy spoke in the public forum this morning, and he summed up my frustrations over the years, certainly not with this council, let's put that out there. And he talked about you're not elected on competency, which is very true. You're elected on your likeability and your name recognition. So that's not equity. So imagine this, if you will. There's a fence with two young men, and they're trying to watch a rugby game, and one of those men are very short. One person's tall enough to see over the fence and the other one isn't. Equality is cutting a hole in the fence so the short man can see the rugby game. But equity is lifting him up on a stool so he has the same view as the person next to him. The introduction of Māori wards will give Māori the same view by lifting them up to achieve equity. So I'm expecting to that you'll put candidates forward, and more importantly that you will get out there and you will vote for those candidates. So I'm very happy to support the motion today.
Thank you everyone. I have to say, wow, I've always loved working with this team at council, and I'm particularly proud of being part of the team with my councillors today. The process to ensure better representation and participation of Māori in the business of our city has been very challenging. But since I became mayor, I've been consistent. I have said I will continue to say this, that we must have courageous conversations about our history. Unless we do that, we cannot constructively move forward for the future. The debate about Māori wards has been part of that courageous conversation. And after we go home today, as city leaders, we will continue to ensure that conversation goes on. That is our job. If we do not do that, our city will not flourish. I want to lead a city where we can all thrive. I want to be a leader in a city where we know and celebrate our differences and our common values, because we are united on what matters most. I believe that everyone in this room today wants that. The decision I made last time was a difficult one for me. I have always known, and in my heart I know, that Māori wards are the right thing to do. I strongly supported Māori wards when they were introduced at the Waikato Regional Council, and I strongly support Māori wards today. But back in April, when we began this journey, when we came into the chamber, I said I could not in all conscience introduce Māori wards without having consulted with the wider community. And I said I was concerned that a rushed process would divide our city and not enrich it. And I do stand by that. The city matters to all of us. Engaging with the community is and always will be a key value for me. The time we've taken to ask people to reflect on what better representation for Māori means has been well spent, I believe. Look at the richness that has been shared with us through this process. Look at the cross-fertilisation of ideas that we've been able to have through this process. I thank those who made their voices heard through written or spoken means. It has been incredibly powerful, and clearly it has touched everyone's hearts. There were a number of things that touched my heart in the words spoken today. Russell, with his comment on the Vale of Tears, was particularly interesting comment for me, because I don't want there to be a Vale of Tears. For the people in Hamilton out there who may be fearful or angry about what this means for them, I want to say there is nothing to fear from Māori wards. There is everything to gain. And if I had more time today, I'd give you 100 examples of how that is. Kua taita wā ki te anga whakamua, ko tahi tātou. E ki ai te kororo, te hāpori, mehe kaupapa pai mō ngā Māori, a he kaupapa rawe mō tātou katoa. The time has arrived to move forward. The voice of the community has been heard. What is good for Māori is good for everyone, is good for Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, and I'm proud to move the vote today. We will go to the vote on the board.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Mama
Thank you, Mayor, for your decision. Kia ora mai tata. Nō reira, ko te tāngata I pātai mai kia hau, kia mutu I runga I e rua ngā kutu. Kia mutu I runga I rua ngā kutu, katai ka whima tei te kariki. Ko ngā kupu e rua, e māku e whakapāke ia ngā kupu. Kia mōmiu koutou ki tā āhuatanga o te hāpori, so that we understand the makeup of our community. Kei te kōrero koe, kei te whakarongo koe, kei te hāpori e te hi tangata kāri kite, kāri whakarongo. Ka reo I rungu ki te hi kōrero mō te rāmo mō tangata, e renga renga e rāmo mō tangata. I roto I ngā tongi kora o te kingi e renga renga. E haka I te tōtara, I te kau. Nō reire e rua atu kupu. Ka reo I kōrero, titiro ki taku tinana e kōrero. Ki te pātai au ki e tehi o ngā tangata hea te tikanga o te rā kōrero. Ko te tehi kupu ka mea mai, a ngā whakamua, a ngā whakamuri. Moving forward or backward. Today, that person that can't hear or see is telling us, let's move forward. E te atua kahara nā ngā me katoa I hanga, mai te rangi ki te whenu, whakatongia tō wairua tapu turato ki tēnā o mātou hei arahi, I rungi I te tika me te pono, ko koe tō mātou pononga, ko koe tō mātou tokatū moana, anei mātou whakawhetai I tēnā tō mātou kai whakahora, wāke ake, kai mai. Kai
Yay.
Good Lord, that's a hard day's work.